Hello, everybody. I see threats work. So I sent the stream notification. I was like, come in 5 minutes if you don't want to be fractalized. And everybody's dropping into chat like, hey, please don't fractalize me. So, so threats do work if you ever wondered. Welcome, folks. It's great to see y'all. I saw, hold on, I was just going to the toilet before the stream. And Kurt DC subscribed. Welcome. Thank you so much. You will not be fractalized today. Good, good, good. All of you are saved. So yeah, welcome. Who's here? Chaos, Kurt, of course, Will Milky, Agent, Janser, Sean, Sombrero, Chimera. Who else is here? Did I miss anyone? RGV, Mikey, the inventive idiot. Welcome, folks. It is great to see you. Also, Gordy Meow, Burt Up, and Antibiotic Gel. Welcome, folks. Great to have you on here. Thanks for the follow. You joined within 1 second. You're good, you're good. No one in here for the next 5 minutes or so will be fractalized. So you guys are good. Hey, Spacey. I'll still give like 5 minutes of grace period for anyone to avoid their fate. You guys are safe. Okay, so we're doing a little I guess surprise stream today because yesterday I set it on the Discord, but maybe because that's where I sent all the like stream updates. If you don't know, yeah, you gotta go to the Discord and go to the live stream portal channel, and you'll find all the every time there's something new with the stream or I changed schedules in any way, I posted there. So yesterday, sleep schedule terrible. My sleep disorder caught up to me, so I was super tired. I felt like death essentially, so I had to go sleep. But I did have a lot of sleep today, and today I was racking my brain, trying to think of what to do for the Fractal series. I'm going to explain what we have so far in a minute as we wait for people to join. But I was just like thinking of ideas, what to do for this. So every part of the Fractal series has 3 images, except for the very first one, because it happened like that. But yeah, 3 images. I had 2. I was missing 1, and I knew what I wanted to tell with that picture, but I didn't know like what picture to use. So yeah, I've been like racking my brain with it, and today I was talking it to my partner, and she gave me a really good idea. So we'll try that. So hey Loops and Camps, and thank you for the save reminder. We haven't even started, but I have already saved the blank document we'll be using. So consider it done. Sora's working. Have a good time at work, Sora. I hope people are nice today. Let me change my lighting a little bit. I guess I didn't set it up very well today. Fractal toilet, the scariest appliance. So, hey, Outpawn. Okay, so what do we have so far? You're 10 minutes away from 10 hours working. Well, I hope there's not that much left then. And Rev, thank you for the follow as well. So, okay. I guess I might start with a little recap of the Fractal series so far, because I want everybody to be in the same page. So let's start with that. Let me go jump into the browser here. Ignore this, we probably won't be using it. I just found it fun, and it's the same tabs we had the other day when we were looking for pictures. Okay, so Fractal. What is the Fractal series, you might be wondering? Well, I'm here to explain. It all starts in July 2006 in I guess a parallel timeline to the one we currently inhabit. In this timeline, a ship carrying unknown cargo capsizes into the ocean and something seeps out. This something, which we'll come to know as Hausdorff 2.5 or D2.5, it's the technical name of that chemical compound, is a constantly multiplying, constantly growing chemical compound that grows in fractal patterns and takes anything that it touches, essentially, and makes it grow in that fractal pattern. So the first thing we see is just some weird fishes. But eventually, all that fractal fluid, we call it the fractal juice, it's a sort of oily substance. All that fractal juice, quote unquote, gets picked up into the atmosphere by a hurricane. And that is what sets off the chain of events that we'll see. First thing, we got a hurricane going into land, into the mainland US, and things start getting weird. First thing we see here is just some small changes, but eventually we start seeing things from, flowers to migratory birds making patterns to other animals, spiders making webs. They all start taking these fractal shapes as they are affected. Eventually, though, it starts affecting humans. At first, only like weird infections, like bacteria that should be normal and harmless to you, starts growing and growing and growing like it was infectious. And it actually starts causing infections of these fractalized bacteria. Eventually, though, it gets to people proper. And the first things we start seeing is areas like smaller details, little areas of growth or capable of growth start, growing new teeth, growing like fucked up nails. And eventually, just like that, those migratory birds, if you remember, it starts affecting the brain and with it behavior. So we start seeing strange behaviors, just like those birds were flying and were unknowingly making fractal patterns. Just because their brains were starting to be wired like that. Humans start doing the same thing. So this is supposed to be just people doing a queue to get into the Eiffel Tower here. Kids playing, how do you call this? I forgot the name of this game. Anyway, they're playing this game and it starts going weird. They start fractalizing their own, like these patterns. Eventually, a few years later, we're already in 2009 in this timeline, a major religion is started. Numbers quickly grow to the millions, and this religion is based all around that fractal. They voluntarily infect themselves or subject themselves to this fractal juice that I called Hausdorff D2.5 again, and they start fractalizing themselves. This person is blind. And they fractalize their own eye so they're able to see again. To them, that's a miracle. Enough to warrant a full religion around them. Also, when you get fractalized, whatever you want to call it, your brain starts growing and folding in on itself. To the person that's going through the fractalization, what that feels like is enlightenment. Your mind suddenly expands. You start it starts changing everything, like how you see the world, down to the how you physically see it. When your brain, your visual cortex, which is this one that gets fractalized, you would start seeing like the world as a kaleidoscope, and it would feel enlightening, ecstatic to a lot of these people, at least at first, when the fractal is under control and the growth is slow. Obviously, that'll change eventually. But at this point, people are voluntarily fractalizing themselves because to them it feels like a religious experience. And also because it's able to perform these miracles. So this religion grows in the millions. But what we're seeing today is one more escalation of this, from people voluntarily subjecting themselves to the fractal to people subjecting everybody to the fractal. This is in this fractal universe, this is a terrorist attack going on. We could call it quote unquote terrorist attack. There's people out here in the middle of the city that are vaporizing that fractal juice. They're putting it into the atmosphere and letting it rise up in plumes of smoke that will pile up above the city and the moment it rains, boom, there's a puddle, by the way, that we're seeing. The moment it rains, boom, everyone gets exposed to the fractal. And in a few months' time, everyone will be fractalized, just like them. To them, this is like a sort of religious crusade or something like that. Like they feel like they're saving the world by fractalizing them, because to them, it's been so amazing. And they're, of course, their entire worldview gets skewed by the fractal itself. So yeah, you're gonna have a small, I guess, terrorist cell within the fractal world that is fractalizing people in the millions. Of course, again, this is escalating. If you see where this is going, the fractal, this universe, this parallel universe we've created, it ends up in apocalypse. Inevitably, people are gonna, you know, be fractalized all over. So, I'm very sorry, I completely missed chat while I was explaining this, so excuse me for that. I was trying to get into the story. So, self-replicating, that was the word I was looking for. Thank you, Sean. See, I should have read the chat. Just take a look at the Fractal series on your site. Thank you so much, Invented. Don't drink the Fractal Fanta. I love that. About to make dinner. Enjoy your dinner, RGV. Slop the juice. Wouldn't this cause like infinitely intelligent humans unless cell structure applies here too? There is a limit to cell structure, but how I imagined this is that this fractal compound doesn't really act in the same number of dimensions as our 3D world. This fractal, this chemical compound, it somehow manages to be in 2.5 dimensions instead of 3. There's a whole mathematical explanation why fractals don't have a whole number of dimensions, but I won't get into the weeds of it because it gets silly and complicated. But essentially, this chemical compound that's pulling everything into the fractal has a different amount of dimensions. So it's in a way producing like cell growth, etc. But it's also like kind of folding it, your brain or your body, whatever it fractalizes, it's kind of folding it into itself. It's weird. It's a bit hard to explain, but it's fractal magic. Of course, it's not something that will be possible in the real world. It's kind of our scientific-ish explanation for how this works. But yeah, it just it's dimensional magic, basically. we can just reduce it to that. Nugget asks, where do they get the fractal juice? It is self-replicating, so it's basically infinite. You can farm it indefinitely, essentially. It can transform other molecules into itself. That would be the way to explain it, or just by bending the dimensions. It's like affecting the molecules around it. So maybe it's not a literal molecule, but just like an entire like state of matter. If that makes sense. We gave it a name, Hausdorff 2.5, because it's a bit easier to explain, and because the 2.5 alludes to the number of dimensions this chemical compound has. You're 12 minutes late. You're gonna be fractalized. You are. It's already starting. Look at your fingers. If you got here after 5 minutes after the start of the stream, look at your fingers. Put them to this. Boom. I'm kidding. Can fractals spread through a vacuum? It depends. I don't know. I haven't thought that through. Maybe that could be a way to stop it, but that's too late now. You can't really stop it. It's a bit everywhere. It has contaminated the world. It's just like, you know, bacteria can't spread through a vacuum, or a virus can't spread through a vacuum, but that doesn't stop. Like, that doesn't allow people to stop it. It's kind of everywhere. Here's a video explaining this. Yes, the video that Sean posted a bit above in chat, explains the number of dimensions thing much better than I could. Who would win, fractals or the megalomorpha? you couldn't really make them fight each other. You could make the universes collide. Like if all the fractal stuff happened in the Megalomorpha universe, the Megalomorph have no chance. Like in the long run, everything gets fractalized. Megalomorph are kind of creepy and they can get into your mind. They are very dangerous, but they're not apocalyptic levels of danger. So definitely Fractal. If you like made those universes collide, they have no chance. The big bugs. But you would probably have Fractal big bugs for sure. Cactus Esther, thank you so much. Anyway, I'm kind of catching up with chat. Thank you guys for being patient. Fractal juice would evaporate in a vacuum? I don't know. Probably, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, yeah. If you expose a liquid to a vacuum, it'll just turn into gas, right? Eventually. Okay, I'll try to fill up the space. So yeah, it would probably vaporize. That makes sense. Like the iridescent beetles, but turn up to 11. You can play the violin much more easily. Hey, that's why people in the fractal universe, they lack it when they're fractalized for the most part. I feel like it could have been a scientific experiment gone wrong, attempted to break the fundamental law of conservation of energy. It went drastically wrong. I burst out of its containment. Yeah, I feel like I don't really have. I think it's more fun to leave the origin of the fractal compound as a mystery of sorts. But that would be a very good explanation. One of several you could give, but for sure, a failed experiment that just through its own nature of self-replication just burst out. That'd be cool. How can you make a container for something with indeterminate volume? See, a 3D fractal, for the most part, a 3D fractal has no volume. Hard to explain, but let me do the little sketch I did the other day as we kind of warm up and we'll explain what we're doing today. Just a quick little sketch here. We go here to this empty document. So I'm going to draw a triangle. Very simple, right? Well, it's simple if you know how to draw. So not that simple for me. Can I do this in diagonal? No, okay, that's fine. Let's take this, multiply it. Please let me, there we go, 45 degrees. Yeah, something like this. Don't need to make it into a perfect triangle, just for this little explanation. Okay. So, we're going to do a little Sierpinski triangle, right? This is a regular triangle. The volume, the area it has is 1. I just call it 1. But now, let's turn this into a fractal. So this fractal that I'm about to do right here, you might recognize it from The Legend of Zelda, but it's actually called a Sierpinski triangle. It's essentially just repeating this pattern into infinity, and I did that wrong. Hold on. Let's try and do it well for once. Okay, so I can essentially take this little triangle, move it around, fill the whole space. Okay, once we've gone deep a couple levels, now what is the area of this? It used to be 1 when it was a full triangle. Then it went down to 3/4 because we removed 1/4 from the thing. Now it went down again 8%. It just goes down with every iteration. If you fill this up with triangles, if you go into infinity, into the mathematical concept of this fractal, what is its area? it approaches zero. It's essentially zero. With a 3D fractal, imagine we turned this into a pyramid, just like made this 3D instead of 2D, and each of these triangles turns into a pyramid in and of itself. So now the initial volume of the entire solid pyramid is 1. What will the volume approach as it multiplies, as we kind of cut into it into infinity? The volume approaches 0. So a fractal, 3D fractal, most of them at least, most of them that I know, have 0 volume, which is one of the reasons why it has a weird number of dimensions. It does have area, but it doesn't have volume. Math needs to be banished. See, Mikey, this is lore, but this is like the boring kind of lore, the one I'll never explain within the series. I guess it's deep lore. With deep lore, it's just mean math. Oh my god. Yeah, Kurt, you figured it out before I explain it, but still, I think it warrants an explanation, because one of those things that it's hard to think about. Like, how can a 3D shape have 0 volume? How can a 2D shape have 0 area? It doesn't make sense. Like, things with no area are one-dimensional. So is the fractal, like, if that 2D fractal, you can draw it with just one line. Wouldn't it make that one-dimensional somehow, kinda? So it's actually between 1 and 2 dimensions. It's a decimal point between 1 and 2. I don't know the one about the Hausdorff dimension for this Sierpinski triangle, but it's between 1 and 2, I guess. We must all get fractalized immediately. The reason everyone hates Morbius is because our brains aren't fractalized enough to comprehend its genius level of writing. Absolutely. It is the weekend, sir. I was promised no math. I love that. How do they make a container with for something with no volume? Fractal magic? It would fit in a container at the end of the day. It has no volume. You can fit infinite of it into a container, actually. In any case, let's get back to the series itself. Out of mathematics are behind us right now. Don't worry, guys. We won't do any more geometry or numbers today. My brain is not fractalized enough to understand it anyway. I just know like the basic concepts of fractals. By the way, don't think I'm a mathematician here. I've seen a couple videos on YouTube. Like I'm no expert. I just want to make cool fractalized people. I like the shapes. Mandelbrot set has an area. Yeah. Mandelbrot set does have an area. Yeah. Because it is fractal. I mean, fractal is kind of a wide definition. If you go into Sierpinski triangle things, it is a 2D fractal with less than 2 dimensions, like with 0 area. But things like the Mandelbrot or the Julia set, they do have an area. Maybe Julia doesn't. I'm not sure. I should check that. Or not. It's not important to the series. Anyway. In our fractalized universe. I said no math. Sorry. No more math this stream, y'all. You can be safe. Be safe now. What is better, self-similar fractals or non-self-similar? I like both. Why choose? There's a bunch of follows I missed, I think. Oh my god, a bunch of them. Welcome everybody. You guys are great. Reb, Joe the Buzzyard, Migraine, Coolford Cup, Wiggly the Crow, Sleepyheads, Detect Magic, Unkind Rory, and Captured Galaxies. Wow, that's a lot of folks. Welcome everybody. I'm sorry if you came in doing math talk. That's not very interesting. You came on here, you clicked on art, and I came in here with math. Okay. So in this part of the Fractal series, just to recap, we've gone from people voluntarily fractalizing themselves through this religion and this religion promising them enlightenment and miracles through the fractalization. We've gone from that to people going even further and deciding everybody should be fractalized. And yeah, it's kind of like a movement that springs up from this religion, kinda. Like, it's not technically affiliated with the religion. It's this kind of fringe movement, but it attracts a lot of people, and it drives people to do these essentially just fractal attacks on places and try to fractalize as many people as possible. So they obviously go for big cities like Toronto here. But we have the picture of, the fractal cloud rising up into the sky, which is how they by vaporizing the fractal and making it rain on people, that's how they infect millions. We got the puddle with the fractalized person kind of just hands risen up to the sky, celebrating the rain, because the assumption is that it's one of the people that drove that did this attack and is celebrating the results. The puddle, of course, is fractal. As you can see, everything fractal in this series has this shimmery, soapy, kind of oily sheen to it. So whenever you see that soapy thing, that's because it's contaminated with the fractal. So also, this is just an excuse to show a fully fractalized person without like showing it in full. We're just showing a reflection of it. I think at the moment we show a front-facing, fully fractalized person. It's not as interesting. We kind of have to play around with people's expectations, that people imagine it more than we actually show it. Another thing about the Fractal series before, I'm going to shut up now, we're going to do some art, but I hope you guys enjoy talking about lore, because I've been doing a lot of that lately on stream. Another thing about the Fractal series is that the point of view is, we have a bird's eye view on this apocalypse. We're not seeing this through anyone's camera. We're not seeing this through anyone's perspective or eyes. We are literally a disembodied, like omniscient narrator floating through this world, through this timeline, and just seeing what happens. We're just observers of this timeline, if that makes sense. So it's very different to the type of stuff I do. Here we can choose our own. Of course, we're limited to what kind of pictures we can find, of course. But we can be a bit more artistic, if that makes sense. We can choose cool shots. It's kind of like if we were shooting a movie. We're able to choose just like interesting shots, points of view. Sometimes we zoom into a detail like an eye, and sometimes we zoom out to a full perspective, depending on what we want to show. I think you're on the right track, not fully showing it. Thank you. Yeah, I like, I think people's images in their minds are always going to be more terrible than whatever I can achieve. So it's always nice to leave something to the imagination. Like, give people something, of course, because you need to get their brain started. But give them something and then let them run wild with it. Thank you, Salamander. Light would probably work in a weird way when hitting a 4-dimensional object, so it makes sense. Or with 2.5-dimensional object, yeah. There you go, soapy sheen, yeah. Can you make fractal juice into a soap bar? Maybe. I wouldn't be opposed to that within the lore. Chat sabotages Valve's focus from art to math. Never do that again. I'm kidding. We like small doses of math. It's fine. I can take that. Going back to theorizing, what do you think of fan canon and tales, the type you see in the SCP canon? I love that. I mean, I would be super honored if somebody did their own little story taking place within this universe, like taking a little part of it or building out the lore in their own, in their own canon. That sounds amazing. I would never be opposed to that, to not do the Fractal or any of my work. It's happened on occasion. Someone sent me a very cool. They just DM'd it to me, so I'll keep it private. But someone sent me a little story they wrote based on the last part of Megalomorpha that I did. Just a little like extra document, like related to the family and from a neighbor. It's very good. I love that kind of thing because it's a lot of what they thought is different too. It's like it works perfectly within the story, but it's not even something I would have thought about because I was focusing on the story of the family. So like having the neighbor's perspective for a moment was like, oh, that's genius actually. So yeah, I love that kind of stuff. And I'm always super honored to have inspired anybody else. Carbonated fractal juice drink, yum. Fracta, that's the Fanta changes their name to Fracta in this universe. That would be fun, actually. I've seen in the lore that fractalization changes physicality and behavior, but are there sort of abilities or powers that come to it? Not really. Just, the actual physical benefits that you'd have from having a bunch of arms, like whatever comes with it. It would probably like be an overall negative on your abilities, I would say. And it might be something that feels positive at first, like this person growing new eyes when they were blind before, like they just gained their vision back. That's amazing. That's incredible. That's that's what they call a miracle. And I would agree with it. If this substance existed that could cure blindness by making you grow new eyes, I would be all in for it. But of course, that's just the beginning of fractalization. This person just poured a little bit of fractal juice in their eye. In a few months, yeah, they do have new eyes and they can see now. But in a few years, maybe their entire face is eyes. Maybe they have to feed through a tube, because they have no mouth anymore. Just have eyes, that kind of stuff. If you think about it in the very first moments of fractalization, which we're still like just a few years into fractalization. So if you think about it like that, yeah, there's some positives. There's some things you could consider abilities or regaining like lost functions. But after that, it's gonna go weird. Fractal appliances for all your fractalized needs. Have no mouth and I must see. Okay, so with all this said, the thing we were looking for last stream was a third image to go with this. Again, the Fractal series, every part is 3 images, except for the first one for some reason. Every part is 3 images. So we need to essentially tell this little story about a group popping up, deciding to fractalize everybody in the world, and doing a terrorist attack, like fractalizing an entire city. We have the fractal, like that terrorist attack, quote unquote, just like plumes of smoke going into the sky. And we have the fractalized person kind of celebrating. That could be like the first one, just like a person, a fully fractalized person seen through a puddle. What we need is a view of this organization, a view of this, could be religious movement, organization, this kind of the people causing this, essentially. The other day I was looking for people in religious, like in a sermon and a mass and any kind of religious celebration or service. I wasn't really finding what I wanted, but today I was talking to my partner and we were like talking through ideas for this, and she was like, what if you did a kind of like something more public, like they're out in the streets, kind of a protest of sorts, like people are holding signs with the symbol of the organization. We have the signs, that's super, let's say a great thing to focus on. We have signs with people saying that we can use to literally spell out their message and saying like everybody needs to be fractalized or some other way of saying that. And then we can have like one figure in the distance, like holding a megaphone, just a silhouette, and they're fractalized. And that's like the person moving this group, which could be this person, could be the fractalized arm person. I found this, and I feel like this would be a kaiju attack in the 1930s. You're fine. No, that's lovely. The symbol is something we thought about the other day. Doing the Da Vinci Vitruvian Man, the classic like anatomical study of Da Vinci with the man holding out his arms to the sides like this. We could have that with a fractalized arm person. So I thought that could be a nice symbol. Okay, so let's go into our new layer here, our new document. Jump into the browser. We'll leave this on if we need to refer back to any old part of the series. And we shall go into, we'll go into Unsplash, which is our usual source for the Fractal series. And we'll be looking for maybe protest. And let's see what kind of thing we can find. So this is the kind of thing I would like. Obviously this one is in black and white, so it's not good use to us. But having a view of a crowd, maybe with signs and a single person kind of like rising above them, and that's the person we can focus on for the edits to make them fractalized. Like this. Silhouette, much better. But obviously, fractalized Jesus, you joke, but this is kind of the imagery I was going for here. Right, like person holding out their arms to the sides. Obviously, the Vitruvian Man, again, same type of pose. So there is obviously some religious shorthand I'm using. We see the inverted. We're seeing it through a reflection, so obviously there's some symbology to that too. We're seeing it inverted backwards. So yeah, definitely I'm using some religious shorthand to tell this story, just like imbuing as much meaning as possible into a single image. Demonstration might work too. Let's look through these T-pose for intimidation. You could also see it like that. And I assume we will get a lot of comments saying that. Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension, being made to the beat of fast jazz. Hell yeah. We got a lot of COVID era protests, looks like, because a lot of them with people with masks. And it's also a great place to put the symbol of the organization. We also don't have to draw it perfectly like a logo. We don't have to do the graphic design, just hand paint it into a piece of paper. Fractalized Earth might be a bit hard to read. unless we get a really close view of it. Because like, imagine at this size, if you fractalize the inside of the Earth, you're not really gonna get a lot. So we'll stick with Vitruvian Man. Let's see. I assume a lot of these are Black Lives Matter. Also a lot of climate change. I would love to see them from the back, because that would allow us to, you know, keep them a little bit more mysterious, this group of people, since you're not seeing their faces. Again, that's a fun thing about this series. We get to choose. This one could work potentially. This one could, like, we can use any angle, anything to tell our story. We're choosing our angles a bit more like, you know, cinema does, for example. So it's interesting. It's not something I usually get to do. And what would you guys like to see in the Fractal series if it had infinite parts and we could explore any little thing about this world? I'd love to know. It's a demonstration, perhaps. I mean, we're still like not through these images, so. Now let's keep giving it a quick look. There's a million images. Of course, stock photo sites. I really went out there and took pictures because lots of news agencies were using pictures of the protests. Fractal banana. I feel like it would be a branching banana. Fractalized continents. If this happened in this world, that would be in millions of years. Like geological timescales. Fractal hand. We could get some fractal hands. Maybe even in this edit. So, we'll see. Fractal airplane. How would that work? Huh, something like this, but instead of a message making a fractal, that would be fun. We've already done that though. Okay, something like this is good. We're seeing people from the back, except for this person, but that could be removed. We got a canister of smoke. That's interesting. We could turn this into fractal smoke, using the same patterns as the smoke in the other one. So it would make sense that within this world, the people wanted to fractalize the world. They would go out in a protest or demonstration on the street, and they would like pop out canisters of fractal smoke and just let them fly. Would that screw the aerodynamics? Yeah, possibly. Could make sense. Someone has a fractalized bird with many wings, and they call it the real-life accurate angel. Oh, we got more. Okay, this is good. So I don't know where this is. This is Paris. Yeah, it is Paris. I should maybe try and remove masks. At least remove some of them. Because that dates it a lot to 2020s. That's pandemic era. And this is happening in 2009, 2010. So that's the biggest problem with that. We got this one. We got, hold on, let me open this one into a new tab. I got that. Someone only half fractalize? I mean, that would apply to a lot of people in that universe. Like when you're still in the process of fractalizing, you don't fractalize everywhere all at once. Just like it starts in the places where you were exposed. So those are the areas that fractalize first. Can I look for pre-pandemic protest? I would love to have a picture with no masks to edit out. Clouded thoughts. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. This one again, we see people from the back. It doesn't seem to be pandemic era. It's not as good of a picture though. We could just use this to make a big logo, which is interesting. So that was interesting because of the very centered thing here. Like we can just erase the message, put our logo in Berlin. (2019), yeah, pre-pandemic. Would governments ban it? Like this group of people, for sure. Yeah, they'll probably see them as domestic terrorists, I assume, but at some point when the system gets fractalized enough, like politicians get fractalized themselves and start aligning more with that ideology, they will kind of turn a blind eye, I think. This one's not bad either. That means grandma and grandpa in German. That's all I know. That one's not bad. If you ever do deep sea horror, you should definitely look IMCA. What's that? Video on the survival suits they have. Shows the pipes, cramp feeling, survivable. Interesting. Nice. That sounds cool. Okay, so this one's not as good. But it seems like we're getting some better pictures down below in the search. Not as good there. I think it's interesting to have a crowd like this, but let them be fairly anonymous. First, because we're using pictures of real people in the real world, and you don't want them to be like recognized. That'll be weird. Fractalize the country of Belgium specifically. Also, hey Boneless, I didn't read your name. Good to see you. I'm working on the Fractal series, which you or anyone can read here in the message and chat. This one's not bad in the sense that we're seeing them for the back. We got a few places to put messages. Rafa, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see, things with a lot of flags, not too interesting to me, because we have to like edit all those flags, either edit them out or change them to something else, and that would be pretty tedious. So it is one of those cases where there are plenty of images, but more about finding the specific one that'll work best than just like finding any image, because there's not a lot of them. You usually get either of, like you either get too much choice or not enough. Zero equals truth. The only thing to fear is ignorance. Divinity is infinite. Freedom of religion equals freedom of form. Oh my god, those are good. Those are good messages for the signs. Your brain's hemispheres don't talk to each other well? Interesting. Because surgery or because anything else? Because with some types of surgery you can get like disconnected hemispheres. It's fairly uncommon though nowadays though. They just don't get along. Well, this is like an active war zone. What is this? Damn. See, this could be used somewhere down the line in the series. Like when things go like to hell, absolutely. Danger Bay, thank you for the follow. Okay, we got another one. We're seeing people from the back, which is what we wanted here. Could be useful, possibly. We got a bunch of them chosen now. We're essentially doing a short list here, and then we'll choose one from there. Cat surgery used to treat schizophrenia. Yeah, epilepsy when there's no option. Yeah. Did you get that? Because those are they're fairly rare nowadays, at least where I studied. What's this website called? It's called Unsplash. All the images are free to use. I got a list with a bunch of the websites I used. Mega list. There you go. You can find that in the Google Docs. I think it's one of the first ones, actually. Okay, we've looked through a million pictures and they keep going, so yeah, every time I scroll down to the bottom, more pop up. There are so many images to choose from, so let's go into the ones we've chosen so far and do a little short list, like just select one or two good ones and then choose the final. Okay, so this one of my favorites for sure. We have to remove some masks, but to just not make it dated to 2020s, but otherwise good. This one pretty similar. We have someone with a flare, which is good. We could make that flare into a fractal. We should add to each of these, if we use any of these two, we should add some signs to them, but that should be easy enough, just like make them pop up from the crowd. That shouldn't be a big problem. So we could use this one more than anything just for the sign, just as a resource. It's a very clear sign pointed in the middle. Very, very easy to remove against a blurry background. So we could just add it to any other photo. So I'll just download that one for that reason. This one I kind of like, just for the silhouette of the person here, which we could add as well. Just as a silhouette, which we could fractalize and put it against like a clear space where we can see it very well. So again, I'll just use it for that reason. Oh, it's out of the browser for some reason. You got a photo for me? Oh, that one's... Huh, I guess it's a historical recreation of a battle or something with swords. That one's cool. This one is black and white, can't really use it. Here we have a very clear sign again, just a little corner to remove, but it'd be fairly easy. Again, another clear sign to use. Just downloading these. They're not going to be our final choices. This one's good, like as a general choice, because we can just remove the message, put the logo from this organization, and maybe something else. It's not the prettiest picture overall, but it has this very clear thing in the center, which is nice. This one's okay, not my favorite. Same with this one, also it's vertical, so we would have to cut it to horizontal. This one's not bad, it has a lot of signs for sure. We can't see a lot of people's faces, which is good. Not a lot of masks to remove either, just this one. Maybe this one in the back, but that one's not, like, we could leave that one, it wouldn't matter that much. So, let's see. We got this, we got this, and we got this. We download them all three, and we will choose on the page itself, because this one, for example, we have to crop it for it to work. That one you said is not bad aesthetic. We do have a lot of masks to remove, which is a bit annoying. Okay, so did I download this one? Yep. Okay. All right, let's try them on. Let's finally go into Photoshop. See, I talked so much lore, and we're only now starting with the edits. That said, finding a picture wasn't as easy as I imagined. Yeah, I gotta be careful with faces for sure. We could just modify some of them. We could introduce some fractal elements to both make it creepier, make it less recognizable. Kind of has several benefits here. Okay, this one, if we crop it to the size we need, we're kind of left with a very constrained view. And the main area we want to look at here, which is the smoke, is kind of blurry. Faces tattoo shirt design get used by cops, but they won't get used by cops on here. They get used by cops with like pictures of protests. Like this one's been on the internet for years now. But yeah, I do know what you mean. I wouldn't worry about pictures in Paris though. That happens in the US for the most part. That I know. You're paranoid? I mean, this is public. These ones have been on the internet for a long time. It's not me who's gonna discover them to the cops. If they wanted to look through stock photos to catch people. But yeah, I do see your point. And we all who, with unveiled faces, contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed to his image with ever-increasing glory which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit. 2 Corinthians. Did you just write that, or is that an actual Bible quote? I need to know. You Googled it. That's a real quote from the Bible. That's amazing. Let me copy paste that. That's amazing. Oh yeah, they would definitely have used that. That fractal church. So I'm between these two. Obviously there's things to add to each of them. We should add signs, etc. But they're obviously from the same collection of photos. They have the same color grading. This, I think we saw before it was Paris. This definitely looks like Paris, so. Hey, welcome back, Sora. Glad you're done with work. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. That's perfect. How do you find these quotes? Also copying that one. The pattern of this world, that works perfectly. Okay, so if we use this one, stuff to remove, maybe first things first, maybe I'll crop it a little bit to focus it here on the center, which also allows me to remove this person. That's nice. That's one less face to remove. And if we focus the center here, let's see, let's put that in percentages. $49, 50 should be the middle. There we go. So this is the center of the image. I would like to have something interesting here in the center in our focus points. We could either frame it with the fractal smoke or let it be the fractal smoke. So the fractal smoke could be coming from the center of the image. Composition wise, that kind of works well. But we could also move that to the right and just have this nice little frame. It doesn't have to be centered or vertically, but horizontally I think it kind of works. It makes an arch around our focus point. And here's where we can put either a sign or a person like holding their hand out. Okay, let's see. Let me correct the colors here to reduce some of the light and dark colors. That's a little bit better. And try to reduce the reds because this picture has been color graded with a lot of reds. I don't love that. Is there a song command? No. you figured it out. It's right here. Yeah, Sean Extended figured it out. Okay, so first thing I'm doing, changing the color balance here to make it from the start much closer to the final color balance we're gonna have. So that changes things quite a bit, doesn't it? Second thing, I'm gonna remove some splashes of color. This shirt here is really red in the middle of everything. I don't want it to be the focus point of this image. So I'm gonna take the shirt's area. Cute shirt though. I'm gonna do hue saturation, find the reds, and change that to I don't know, a blue, something that fits the background. No, where is it? Reds. Desaturated blue works better. It's also affecting some of the hair, so we mask that out. Not that it's too important, but yeah. and the skin. Okay. Yeah, I think I got all the armed skin, or most of it. There's gonna be some little parts here, just from the red's reflection, that I can reduce. That's good. Okay. Then we gotta reduce or remove brand logos, because I don't want to get sued. Here's a pro tip. If an image is not copyrighted, it's in the public domain, or someone released the copyright technically, like or you license it or anything else. Technically, even if you've licensed the image, if there are any brand logos in there that you haven't licensed, they can technically sue you. Not that they will, but you know. Cover your assets. Can I make the patch? No. Healing brush tool. Sample current and below. There we go. Trying to smooth some of this out. So I made some strange bends in this hat here. They totally call it being fractalized baptism? Oh, they would. Thank you, Sherpa. I think that's how you read it, right? This group of people, if you haven't seen the explanation before, it's about to do something real bad. Replace the brand logo with your logo. Hey. Really good. Hey, Anachronism. Orange is also a brand name. So I am masking that out. What else? Anything else? Yeah, I think that works. Creepy weird slogans like twisting, twisting, twisting. I like that. Also, I'm already running out of water. Oh, I got the extra emergency bottle, so which is slightly noisier, and it doesn't have a googly eye on it. By the way, did you know there's new point rewards? Now you can make me put googly eyes in real life, or if you pay a bunch of points, like I think it's 100,000 or something silly like that, you make the googly eyes that were put in this edit, or that will be put in this edit, you make them permanent. So I can't remove them anymore. But there's also a new 100,000 points reward where you make me close Photoshop without saving. So you better be hoping that I save frequently. You're late to the unexpected stream. You're gonna be fractalized. I am very sorry. It is in the rules. Why? Why not? Will it be in the final image? Oh, thank you for the save reminder, by the way. Will it be in the final image? Yes. If that point reward is picked, the googly eye image will have to be released to the internet. I mean, I will also release the non-googlied version, but I have to release it alongside it. I am Chaos Incarnate. I am. And ironically, that seems like a really bad idea. See, if anybody has 100,000 points and the power to make me close Photoshop, I mean, they deserve it. It's not easy to get 100,000 points. They deserve to be evil ones. And hey, if something is a fire under my ass to make me save more frequently, that's it. I'm gonna use this red thing to remove some more red elements from the background. Just make them pale blue. Reduce their importance. You already got nearly 1,000. Someone can definitely get to 100,000. I think the only person who has to have 100,000 is Sora. Sora has enough to make me close Photoshop at any time. But I know they won't, because they want to keep their points. See, I'm playing mind games here. Off-world objects and fallen Brits. Welcome, folks. Okay, trying to remove red stuff from the background. Here, obviously, we'll remove the sign. Let me do a patch tool. Ooh, that's wonky. Very wonky line. So hope it works anyway. Oh, I will have to do... rasterize that. There we go. Giving us a blank slate. If we redeem the Teach Me a Word in Spanish reward, can we request a specific word? Yeah, sure. Umex, thank you for the follow. Okay, so that's some of the important things done, some of the background work. Now we need to remove visible faces. There are any, and I'm not seeing any though. And we need to remove masks, so this is not dated to 2020, 2021, 2022. Because masks just made like a whole series of years very, very easy to identify. Every time you see photos of people with masks, you're like, oh, of course, that's pandemic. So I'm clone stamping some masks out, but do wear your masks IRL though, whenever you can, and especially indoors. Because COVID is still kicking our butts. I don't know exactly what I'll do to with the right side of this person's face. We have to make something up, but we can fractalize them to hide the sloppy editing work. Or hopefully I just turned around far enough that it doesn't matter. No, it does. It does look weird. The graininess does help, and we can add, just to help it out, we can add our own noise. I'll actually make it a little bit larger so it matches the original noise of the picture a bit better. That is about 2 Gaussian blur. And turn this radius up to 2. This should give us an extra little bit of noise, so that anything we do will match that same level of noise. Or grain, you know what I mean. Oh, you know what I could do? This person's face, fairly similar angle. We do get to see a little bit of the cheek and the nose, so that could actually be of some use to give us maybe a little bit of the nose popping up. I'm about to mangle this poor person, but you know, they're about to be Frankensteined. What I don't have is a lower face. Also, I think today is the warmest I've been during a stream on record, which is why I'm like blasting through this bottle of water. Help me cool down. Hey Felix, good to see you. Works well enough. Fractalize them. Yep, Felix, you were getting fractalized. I'm very sorry. It is the rules. Also true, this is in this world it's like 2010. No, okay, it is still smartphone. When did the iPhone come out? Like mid-2000s, I think. All of you to assume I haven't been already. True. Who knows? Some people in this chat might already be fractalized. What if you were fractalized right now? Yes, you. Big win for the anti-maskers today. I am removing everyone's mask in this photo. First gen iPhone came out in 2007. Okay, so Yeah, smartphones are okay in this world, but I'm still gonna remove this person because I don't want to reconstruct their face from scratch. I'm not a plastic surgeon, and yeah, I think it's better to just get rid of them. F's in the chat for this person who just got destroyed for the simple reason of having a mask and a phone. It's evil of me, but you know. Hence the brakes. The mask might help against your lungs being fractalized. Yeah, but these people want to be fractalized. They're in the fractalizing team. I want to breathe in that shit. The exit Photoshop without saving redeem isn't even that powerful, since the reminder to save is literally 100,000 cheaper. True, but if nobody's reminded me to save in a few minutes, you could do the force me to close Photoshop, and I would still lose quite a bit of work. There's also the Photoshop's automatic like autosaves, which do help. So I wouldn't lose like the whole stream. I'm killing him. F. Fractalize his face? No, I'm gonna remove him. It would be too much effort to fractalize his face for the small reward of having a tiny background character be fractalized. Not worth it. You do have to recreate this little like house thingy with basically nothing, which is a bit annoying. Hey Yone. Welcome. You're getting fractalized. That's the rules. People who got here after 5 minutes are the first ones to be fractalized. Not to say everyone else won't be fractalized. You all will, but in due time. Be patient. Everyone will get their turn. Okay, I've removed one of the two people we needed to destroy. For this person, it's a bit harder, but also gonna remove this third person. Yeah, I'm spreading the effects of the person removal. It's starting to affect nearby people just because they're touching the affected person. It's spreading. The pandemic was but a ruse. The actual danger was me removing people in Photoshop. I can also change people into like nonsensical blobs, which will work as well. Hey JJ. Must be leaving now. Okay, Felix, you have a good rest of your workday. Cannot wait to be fractalized. I hope it turns into a fleshy, multiple mouth monster. May your wishes come true. You have only slowed my ascension. There we go. That'll work well enough. Acts 22:16. And now what are you waiting for? Get up, be baptized, and wash your sins away. Calling on his name. I love the fractal looking Bible quotes. They're very good, thank you. Okay, any other thing we need to remove? Am I seeing any other masks? Give me a sec to scan through people. There might be like some masks that we can only see part of, and we can safely ignore those. This person may be a bit too much mask. We can probably clone that away. It's just some noisy texture and maybe a color layer. Does my webcam shake when I'm painting over an area? I never noticed. Yeah, that's because the computer screens are up on two little, like, kind of like little stands to make them a bit higher, but they might be a little bit wobbly if I shake things around. That is true. I will try not to shake it too much. Wobble wobble. Jesus answered, "Very truly I tell you, no one can enter the kingdom of God unless they are born of serum." Infinite edition. I love that. Bible 2. It is fractal this time. Okay, we removed the mask, we made the face a little bit uncanny, but again, these people are all proponents of fractalizing everybody, so it's fair to assume a few of them will be fractalized to a decent degree. A little bit of mask here. I am sorry for being an anti-masker today. I will still repeat, please wear your masks in real life. Oh, these are glasses. These are just glasses. God damn it. I thought it was the other part of like a thicker mask, but of course they're just glasses. Ignore me, please. I'm seeing mask where I shouldn't. Running out of water already. God damn. Also, look how cute my bottle looks with this googly eye. I like the idea that when it's done, your followers post fractal codes called slogans in the replies. Oh, please do. Okay, if you're here, whenever I post this new part of the Fractal series, fill replies with a bunch of cryptic fractal nonsense. I love that. Put slogans, kind of like if you were participating in this, what would you put in your sign? That's fantastic. Go for it. I condone this silliness. This is the type of silliness I condone. Okay, now we've finished working on the background. I want to see if I can put this person here or if it'll look too weird. So that's essentially, well, let me do the object selection tool here. Should not be a problem for Photoshop, I hope. You need to get more water reward. No, when I finish my water, I'll just get some more water. Hydration is important, especially if it's warm, because it is quite warm tonight. Which is why you see me drink so much. Okay, problem with this person is that they're in black and white. But it could work. Thank you for the save reminder. And Punny Meth, thank you for the follow. So here's what I was thinking with this person with their hands up. The center of the image is right here, a central line. So it would be interesting to have this person being the focus of the image, being a fully fractalized person with a bunch of arms coming from their arms, all being held up, and be right there at the center. And possibly like even make them a bit more silhouette-y so their features are not visible. It's just like a silhouette in the smoke. We could even add some smoke in front to just make it even harder to see. So we can still like see a good silhouette, but it's semi-obscured. Okay, I want to do some things here then. Gradient map on top of this, and we reverse that. We make the brighter parts, which are going to be mostly skin. Go here, brighter parts. Some of these tones, and maybe that's the midpoints. Make the brights into these blues. We need to make this from perceptual into, I think, classic or linear. No, that doesn't change anything. Gotcha. Oh, I think we need to reverse it too. Damn it. There we go. That makes more sense now. Hey, bad idea. Good to see you. Late to catch a stream today. Hey, Cosmo. Good to see you. Welcome new folks. We're making a fractal protest. Okay, so this is a way of adding some color. I think I want to take everything below it, or behind it, sorry. And turn the contrast up so that the person here in the center being a silhouette makes sense. Like the fact that we can't see them very well. Because if everybody's clearly visible and this person right there in the back is essentially a silhouette, that would be a bit weird. Undertale music, hell yeah. So just to center it here. Flip it maybe? So it's looking back at the crowd. That might make more sense. But missing a little bit of the shirt. I don't know what this corner is. It's probably further back in the background. But it doesn't matter much. We'll make it be above the guy, so we don't have to paint as much of the shirt. How will we know this person is a fractal? Yeah, freaky arms. I want to draw a parallel between this person and this one. Again, I kind of just want it to be a glimpse, of course. The lighting does already kind of make sense, which is nice. Let me make a soft light layer. Hide this guy's face a bit more. Okay, now we need to fix up the edge too. First of all, let's just shift the edge inwards a little bit. There we go. My initial idea was to try to have it be the same person as here. Here we don't really have a good look at the person, but they do have long hair. This person doesn't have. The big Yoshi, thank you for the follow. Gives me Vitruvian Man vibes. That actually very funny reference, because we wanted to make the logo of this organization into the Vitruvian Man. So well spotted, the reference. Thank you, Yoshi. Not vibing with turning this black and white person into color. It's an annoying thing to do and to get right. Let's actually look for something like this. Maybe not like in a protest, but like a person with their fist up. That shouldn't be a hard thing to find. So do fist up. Now let's see. We got a good silhouette here. Not enough detail. I do want it to have like a little bit of lighting on it, not be a pure silhouette, because that would pretty much be impossible to fit. It's gonna go on the sign. We will see later. Try to figure out some slogans, some fractal slogans. We'll be adding some signs too. Like one of them is going to be for the logo, like a hand-painted logo of this organization. We don't really get a lot like this. Okay, let's see if we click on this one, if we get something similar. see here. That's actually, yeah, that's kind of the vibe I wanted to go for, with the smoke semi-hiding the person, and they have their hand up. Like, this one would be very good, but there's a person right in front, which makes it annoying. This one's good, with a bandana on their face, which is nice as well. Let's see what else we can find. Fractal pride flag. Oh no. Let them not insert themselves into the community. Let's see, a lot of them it's just people holding signs up, which isn't as good. This is just a series or a collection of pictures called Comrades, which I love that someone made. Just Comrades. This person's still my favorite. Let's see. Let's give it a try. Let's see if we can kind of cut around the other person. Searching protesters, we just search for protests, which will probably give us the same results. There's usually like variations on the word will give you exactly the same, or more or less the same results. Since it's gonna be a silhouette, it might actually work. We'll see. We'll have to make something up here. The thing is, if we're going to fractalize our arms, we can keep the other person's arm here holding the sign, and it's probably going to be fine. As silly as that sounds. Like, it kind of works, I think. I don't know if I'm being silly here, but we would have to remove the purple, because there's the smoke here is not purple. Although it's going to be fractal. The smoke, we are going to be adding fractals to the smoke, so we could give it some purple vibes. But in any case, let's just... But now let's remove them. Is that magentas? Nope. There it is. Let's see, in terms of size here, that would work. The good thing is we don't have to make up the lower part of the body, it's already there. Thank you, bad idea. Now I put that in a group and we give it a second layer mask. That one will cover the parts here affected by the smoke. Maybe this arm would go over. No, it should all go under, actually. Okay, let's remove anything below. Then we got an arm here and another person right here. And a little bit of a face there. That's a face we had to recreate because they were wearing a mask. So yeah, I'm kind of glad that this picture worked out. I really like the kind of the hooded look too. It kind of works if you're trying to be the leader of a big protest, a big, very dangerous, or who's about to be very dangerous organization. You would probably want to protect your identity. Although maybe that's hard to protect if you are the guy with a bunch of arms, but still. Okay, so some of the things we need to do is first create some big contrast in between this person who's kind of our protagonist of the image, so to speak, and the background to make them more visible. Another thing I want to do is I want to take some of the fractal smoke from here. Okay, let's see. Let's take this fractal. This one. There we go. We'll put him here, and we'll put it above this cloud of smoke. We're fractalizing the smoke since we already had essentially just that, fractalized smoke. We can reuse it and turn this black smoke into any color we want, because now we have like bright spots to use on top of it. Plus a copy of that same fractalized smoke right over here, coming out of the can. Hey Lilith, welcome. And you know what I love about this idea? Again, thank you very much to my partner for suggesting it. What I find cool about this is that it shows a bit more of a kind of a real movement of people. Because the original idea was to make this into a sort of small cult gathering, and that's cool as well. But this really shows like society itself kind of beginning to be in upheaval because of the fractal, which the other one didn't really show. So we're kind of sending even more message with our message. 2 messages for the price of 1. What a good deal. Okay, so we'll make a color layer, and we'll pick some colors from here, actually. Some purples. We'll make that base smoke here. It has some blues, but we'll give it some purples as well. Maybe some oranges. Fractal invasion sounds terrifyingly awesome. Yeah, it's gonna go in that sort of direction. Like, as you can see with each part of the Fractal series, it keeps going deeper and deeper into violence, into madness, into war. So we haven't gone quite to war yet, but it will go there. So if that's a thought that crossed your mind, will absolutely happen. I still don't know exactly, like, I think whenever we bring this into war, or like a more armed conflict, maybe, I don't think it would be the kind of war where you have two militaries, where you have two countries fighting each other like tanks on the battlefield. I feel like it would be more of a, you know, society upheaval war, like have a, you know, the state against people, like in this sort of more of a civil war kind of situation, like everybody against each other, this kind of more societal upheaval type of thing, more than a imperialistic type of war, if that makes sense. Like more of a symptom of society just being torn to shreds. Like with any apocalyptic event, unless it deals with like total destruction of humankind, any apocalyptic event has to, in a way, be caused by people. It's not the fractalization that will bring about the apocalypse. It's people being terrible to each other, as usual. Also, Xiamani and Ian Gichang, thank you for the follows. I might have pronounced a bunch of that wrong. I probably did. It happens. Let's see. Let's get some of the bubble textures we had on the other picture. I have them here. I have them in one of these here. Hey, there's some cool bubble textures. I want to add that into the color in a blurred way, into the smoke, sorry. So we're just going to paint it on. Would not survive the apocalypse. I have a skin condition, poor eyesight. Well, then just join the fractal like the rest of us. It's nice and comfortable in here. Everyone is happy. Okay, maybe not color dodge, maybe just color? Nope. Overlay. Oh, this is doing some things to the sign. I like overlay. We'll see though. Only followed you on Twitter until now. Well, welcome. Great to see more people coming over from the Twitter. I always find it's very hard to convince people to move like from one platform to the other. But it's good every time I see someone do it. Welcome. I feel a lot of the time horror concepts stop right before the real world implications begin. Not that it's bad, sometimes it can make things scarier. It's cool to see series go beyond that barrier. Thank you. It's kind of... Yeah, that was one of the things that made me do this series. So if you don't know the backstory of the Fractal series, it actually started way earlier with a single edit, or two edits really, like a single story, which is this first part, which is the story about a boat capsizing, something seeps into the water and fish fishes start coming out weird. And then eventually I wanted to explore it further, and I was like, so I did this to myself as a thought experiment, like, what if I continued with this, what would happen? And I figured it would turn out to be, of course, my mind goes to Uzumaki and the spirals. I'm not going to spoil Uzumaki in case anybody has still not read Uzumaki, and if you haven't, you definitely should. But my mind went to Uzumaki and how it kind of devolves further and further and deeper and deeper. And I was like, if this happened in the real world and this fractal thing kept going and going and getting bigger, it would go into apocalypse. And then it was about, okay, what steps do we need to go through to get to apocalypse? Because I feel like, yeah, whenever, again, like Idea said, a lot of times you start, you don't let horror go long enough to see the real world, like real world societal consequences, and sometimes they kind of skip over all the middle points if they want to get to an apocalypse story. They kind of skip all the middle points and kind of go like fuzzy wuzzy, like, oh, and society collapses and there's a war and boom, now the world is fractal, and you kind of skip over the middle. And I always want to explore that middle part. It's always kind of frustrating for me when they skip it. It's like, where's the lore? I want that lore. And that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing right now. Anyway, thank you. Knowing more about your process was enough of a reason to come here for me. Oh, thank you so much. What healthcare options does the Fractal offer? You can regrow lost limbs, so that's something. Uzumaki was a series I read when I was way too young in the best way, because it was so influential to my tastes as I got older. Same here. I think Junji Ito's work was very, very influential to me as I was kind of developing my tastes in fiction and horror specifically. So yeah, it's definitely like someone I'm aiming to emulate in the most complimentary of ways. Like, it's, I don't know, he does it so well. He's a master of his craft for sure. I'd go with color dodge, actually. Kind of debating myself what to do here, but... And yes, Celeste music, of course. We have tastes here. I'd love to know what happens if you inject the fractal juice into the spine. Oof, you'd probably start twitching a lot first. Maybe it could somewhat heal a damaged spine, but not in like the right way, you know? It would cause some messed up things, I bet. Okay, I'm still not 100% happy with the colors here in the fractal cloud. But we'll keep going. We'll maybe add some colors below. Oh, I can't add color here, of course, it's pure black. Yeah. So I need to directly add some color to the black, like pure black part of the smoke. Because as you can see, if we just look at the image, the smoke here has some like very, very dark parts. Also, I don't have to get the levels or the contrast to be that strong now, because our main guy here is not a complete silhouette anymore. So we're fixing it slowly. For some reason, I did this at some point. Must have misclicked. The Bone Book episode of the Magnus Archives, yeah. Good podcasting. Lower half no longer paralyzed, but you end up with lower torso fractalization. Maybe spinal tail. Tentacles. Ooh, yeah, the tentacles. Yeah, I agree with that. Let's make it canon. So we're taking like little bits and trying to make this smoke gain some color. Okay, let me do a copy of this. Turn it around so we get a different pattern. Maybe combine the two patterns somehow. This song has good fractal vibes, you're right. And I kind of like that they're all clapping and celebrating as this cloud of fractal smoke envelops them. I want to take these colors, maybe saturate them a little bit more, because they're going to be the base. There we go. Those are nice. So I'm going to tint this entire thing of smoke with pink, blue, all the most fractally colors. And then we just add the shimmer at the end. Fractal fingers playing the piano thrice is good. Absolutely. Also, I'm down to my second bottle of water. And this one's a noisy one, so sorry about that. I'll go fill it up in a minute. And you know the good thing, this person here with the hoodie is so it's so hard to recognize that it could perfectly be the person here as well. So that's good. Let's see, let's remove the backpack logo. There we go. Anything else? Okay, so now we need to fractalize our arms. I'm thinking maybe we could include some of the same arms we included here, since they're going to be in a different context, so we can probably get away with it. Let's see though. But what we can definitely do is the other person we nearly included. This person. Hey, there they are. Fairly similar skin color. I think it's, yeah, it can work. We could have them as second fractal arms. So we could have this person. Let me put them here. Maybe combine everything into a single layer. Get one of the arms, copy them out. I gotta make this brighter, like so. Oh, and this, I'm just gonna make this brighter in general. There we go. Since we didn't use this person, we can use their arms. Similar angle, so we'll save ourselves a lot of work. I think we could kind of branch it around here, kind of have the elbow come out of here. Since they're wearing sleeves, makes it slightly harder, but we'll try. We'll give it our best try. Same for this arm. Also the fact that they have arm branches and they tattoo them, that's badass. I would do that. I would do the same. Like honestly, if you get fractalized arms, that's like infinite tattoo space, basically. I would get all the tattoos, and I'm not even a tattoo guy. I have 0 tattoos currently. Fractal tattoo on your fractal arm, for sure. See, whenever I finish the Fractal series, I will consider this. I still haven't like made that decision, but I have considered getting a Fractal tattoo once I finish the Fractal series. Or a bug tattoo once I finish Megalomorpha. Or both. A fractalized bug once I finish both. That would be very fun, I think. Okay, so now they have 4 arms. Create some color layers. Make this a little less purple. Get some actual skin tones. Kinda hard to show the fractalized arms behind the smoke, but I guess that is half the point, since we're supposed to be kind of hiding most of our fractal people. Prequel, if you will. And that is canon. I just made it canon. Now fractal people are freeple. You have to deal with that. Free the freeple. No, freeple, F-R-E-E-P-L. It's even worse. It's even worse. Like, if I'm gonna make an acronym, I might as well be chaotic. Or an acronym, a new word. Might as well be chaotic about it. And make the worst possible spelling. So what I'm doing now with the branching is using some of the arms from this side and putting them on the other to kind of have parallel branches, if that makes sense. Or if it doesn't. I don't know. Neither fractal or people have double E. Doesn't matter if it's pronounced like freeple, so I'm writing it like freeple. My sins against language. See, like, English has no boss, so I declare myself the boss of English. Like, I just make the rules now. And you deal with it. You don't like him? Go complain to the boss. That's me again. Okay, so we'll do... Okay, we'll take the original guy here. Hi, original guy. Oh no, actually his arms are all messed up. Yeah. I forgot about that. They're picking up a sign in the original. That makes things harder. But let's see, we may actually get some other arms to use here. Maybe. Or maybe not, actually. Everyone's holding a sign. Damn them. Okay, so this little one here, small little arm. Gotta make it brighter to match the others. And maybe I'm gonna take that one here. So this arm, the hand on it at least, I'm gonna change it with the main hand because it's kind of cut off, so it doesn't really work. And the good thing is, since it's all behind a curtain of smoke, we can get away with a lot of little changes like that. The Freeple's armies. An army of the one armed. Or the unarmed, sorry. That makes more sense. Okay, I need to make it a little bit more chaotic, like this. So let's see. Let me get some of the arms we downloaded the other day. Might work well. Have one here. We should gotta match the skin tone, but be mostly fine. Thank you for the save reminder. Or I can actually hold on. I got this already cut in the puddle image. That's this image. Gotta find it now. Oh, of course, that's in arms. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll just take every single arm that I had in this image. I'll put them on here and we'll just directly move them from this final document here. Or are they? Here. See? Very pretty. So let's take this and let's move it outside of the layer mask. So above here, above everything actually. And I guess there's levels and saturation change in each of them. So we'll just pick the ones we're interested in, by the way. I will pick this one. Layer 2, copy 2. Very interesting naming convention. Delete the layer mask, and boom. Move that outside. And there we go. This one doesn't have tattoos because I clone stamped them out if I recall correctly. But it's fine. We don't need the tattoos too much. We'll put this here. See, that's... We should reduce, reuse, and recycle. And with recycle, I mean taking layers from other images and just reusing them, so you save some work. That's what every conscious citizen should do. What happened here? Oh, sure, the levels thing and the hue thing. Yeah, makes sense. So I gotta change the levels and then the colors. And probably adjust the colors on top a little bit more. Not this. There we go. But since we're behind this cloud here, a lot of the tones are purple. Also, just because in general, like a lot of the image is purple. If you look at it, this is purple. This is purple. Yeah, somewhere around here. That's where skin tones are in this image. So sometimes a color will kind of look right in your brain. Like you'll just get used to, say like, you know that skin has a certain like range of tones that is more towards the reds. So since this image is kind of blue, your brain adjusts for it and you still see them like regularly. But then you click on each of them and you take it out and it's actually pink. This color is pink. Goes a little bit into the reds sometimes, but it mostly goes into the purples. And Roscoe, thank you for the follow. Or Roscoe, I don't know if that's supposed to be Spanish or pronunciation or not. So we'll do a little copy of this. Color theory, for sure. Always everyone's favorite topic. So I've heard. People love color theory. I actually do enjoy color theory. Like I might be the only person though. I enjoy thinking about colors. adjust the color there. Because a lot of color is not really how you see things, it's like how your brain sees things. So the tweet about the block sucking family bug. Hey, thank you very much, Roscoe. I'm really glad people enjoy that one, because especially with that main series, I got two main series, which is Megalomorpha, the big one with the big bugs, and Fractals, which is the one I'm working on currently. I put like so much mental working to them, and actual work too, but I really want them to be good, and it's my real joy when people enjoy them. Especially this last one, the mosquito one, has been one of my, I think my second ever most popular posts, which is amazing. This has some weird stains. I think it might be this color layer. Yep, there we go. Me messing things up. Moscow Alfredo. But talking about moscos, or more specifically moscas, which is what mosquitoes are actually named after. Mosca is a fly. So mosquito is just like little fly in Spanish. Anyway, one of the next parts of Megalomorph, I have two more like in the works after the mosquito one, after this last one. One of them is going to feature a fly, a regular fly, and corpses. It's going to be all about a group of, like, a community. I don't know where exactly in the world I'm going to set it, but it's going to be all about a community that, you know, as usual, they find themselves worshipping this bug, and they start offering it their dead. So they're kind of their burial rituals are just giving their dead to the Megalomorpha for food, so they can eat and maybe let its larvae eat of them, that kind of thing. That's just one of the two things I'm working on in Megalomorph, and probably the one I'm going to do the second, the one with the fly. Because I got another idea. And it'll require some collaboration with another artist. But you shall see. Because it's going to be about an artist. Who wouldn't worship giant bugs? I do. You don't? Weird. Okay, I won't judge. The hard thing is making the silhouettes of the arms visible through the smoke, because obviously the smoke is in front of our many-armed guy. So making the arms visible, or at least readable, through the smoke without making them appear like they're in front of the smoke. Does that make sense? It's a bit hard, actually. Harder than I first expected, but it's fine. I'm also gonna blur this guy a little bit more. This person. What, you guys don't give a fly you're dead? Yeah, right? Like, that would be weird not doing that. Like, everyone's giving a fly to their dead to a fly. Come on. What you waiting for? Okay, so the point here is to show the many-armed person without showing it in full. So we want to be careful. It's like the puddle here. Like we're seeing the reflection of this fractal person. We're not really seeing it in full. So we want something similar here. It's about the balance doing those two things. I want to write a story about mosquitoes, but I'm scared to become actually freaked out by mosquitoes because of it. No, I find that it might actually, like, in my very limited experience, working in horror has actually made a lot of things less scary to me. I think it's just simple exposure. It's the same reason why exposure therapy works, right? When you have a phobia and the treatment is actually exposing you to that phobia, like small incremental steps. Actually working on something related to what freaks you out might make it better. So I would say, give it a try. Some worms. Insta hates showing art in HD. Instagram is terrible. We could be here all day talking about Instagram. and my many grievances with it. I will spare you the drama. No, I just don't like Instagram. A lot of things on Instagram, the algorithm, etc. What freaks me out? Parasites. Parasites and skin. Not like skin in itself. Like I'm talking specifically, like for those that don't know, I studied medicine for 6 years before becoming an artist for some reason. I'm weird like that. But the two things that even after 6 years of studying medicine, I still couldn't really handle is parasites and skin disorders, like the big ones, the not like pimple. I've had many pimples, but the big skin disorders, I can't. Like I had to study, I couldn't look at anything but the pictures while I was studying because they freaked me out so much. So I had to cover them. I'm not kidding. I studied dermatology and I covered the pictures in the books with like post-it notes, etc., just so I could concentrate and read the text because it was just weirded me out. I still passed, so it's fine. I'm just quirky like that. I studied medicine for six years, and then what do? I become an artist. Fooled all of you. You thought I was gonna be a doctor. Ha. Well, thankfully, I'm doing fairly well for myself, which is really. It was honestly like I say it like that, like it's a silly thing, but it was a very scary decision to move into art full time like I'm doing now. It was very scary, but so far it's been worth it. So I would do it again. At least for now. We'll see if I can still pay rent in 6 months' time. That's the real test. The forbidden knowledge of skin. Ugh, I just don't like skin conditions and like skin stuff. It just messes with me, I don't know. Harlequin dyschromia? Yeah. I've seen that. What is scarier, Sean? Tell me. trypophobia in the skin? For me, not specifically trypophobia. Like little holes like that, they kind of freak me out for sure. I've never done anything about trypophobia actually. Like in my work. I don't know why. Maybe a bit like low-hanging fruit. I don't know. I think it might be fun. Maybe I just haven't found like an application for it. A way to do it that feels fresh or whatever. Yeah, I will find it someday and then I will freak all of you out. That is my pleasure. And yes, I am a freak. Let's carry a boo. Hey, Nathan. Keep going to my GP every time he's just drawing on Photoshop. Like, please true die CSP. Oh my god. Yeah, CSP is probably way better for drawing, but you won't get the photo editing capabilities. That's, for now, for better or worse, and it's for worse. You only got Photoshop as a realistic alternative for photo editing, which is, it sucks, but you know. Quintiana, or Tiana, thank you. Welcome. Well, if the bug hole based, make more for drilling holes into redwoods. I really like hate the blood flies. I think it's called. It's the flies that lay eggs under skin. Oof, freaks me out. Did you watch Incantation? Not yet, but I do want to watch it one of these days. I'll probably coax my partner into it. I like watching horror with her, but she's very picky about horror. Like, not a lot scares her. We're probably gonna go watch Nope next week. Maybe Monday, actually. Because we really liked, we both went to see the other two by Jordan Peele, and we really liked them. Even her, who's picky with horror. No, that would be Slayer. Gonna blur it. It's a 2-hour movie. I miss when creature feature horror movies were prevalent. Well, you can still go back and watch the old ones. They're still very good. Seeing it Monday as well. Nice. Everyone's syncing up. Reminds you of Palpatine. Why? Okay, I'm gonna take some of these. Did I blur this? I should blur it more. Still not super in love with the lighting here. I'm trying to make it into a sort of lighting that will still be visible through the smoke, but I'm feeling like I'm muddying everything up a little. I feel like the lighting here just in the back of the arms, that works well because it draws the lines. But maybe much more than that might be overkill. Like really changing the entire lighting of the arms. Yeah, I think that kind of works actually. We're seeing, and we can see it without the fractal smoke on top. We can actually also mess with the fractal smoke to make the arms slightly more visible in some areas. But we essentially, like this part, we don't care about that much. It's in the back, it's going to be blurrier. So we can ignore that part a little bit more. But this arm, which is going to be our most visible point, that's where we want to focus. I'm thinking I should maybe make this a bit darker. But then again, it is on screen, so making it darker will make it more invisible. So maybe I will put a soft light layer. By the way, did you guys see there's now a point reward where you can actually make me put googly eyes in real life? And it is the reason that my headphones currently have googly eyes. I do need to get better glue though, because they keep falling. I gotta put them back on. This one though, this one held pretty well, the one in the bottom. So even though it's a pretty expensive reward, it's already been claimed a bunch of times, mostly by Sora, who has been stockpiling points. But eventually everything will be full of googly eyes, and the world will be better. Everyone will rejoice. And praise googly owl. Praise googly owl. The rich keep winning. Let me close Photoshop. Never. I'll never let you. How many points do you have, Faya? Googly owl is the true worship. Exactly. Fractals are just a distraction. We should worship the googly eyes. $4.4K. Come on, those are rookie numbers. You'll never get to turn off my Photoshop. You kept spending them. You gotta stockpile them now. Teach me a word in Spanish, actually, talking about points. Well, arms is brazos. So this person has muchos brazos. Demasiados brazos, perhaps. You want to spend your points. Aren't you going to save for 100,000? Now you got options to spend that, so. Okay, so I'm using a levels layer to try different levels of light and darkness in the arms. I'm going to just constrain that to the arms, of course, because the body is pretty much perfect in terms of lighting. We don't need to change that. I like hoarding points. Fair enough. I actually kind of like this dark version more, because now we can see the shapes a bit better. And that's the point, isn't it? If I spend them now, how will I help the community complete those big bars of 15k? Fair enough. That's admirable. Okay, so person throwing out fractal smoke. We got a person with fractal arms, carefully hidden by the smoke. Now, I think we can, there's two more things I want to do here. Introduce small fractal additions to the people we can see that we want. And second, we need some signs with messages, but that's it. And then we're done with this image. And well, color management of that thing that turns it into a shimmery purple and orange and blue vibe. That's nice. I like that. So let's start with small fractal additions to people. What should we do? What do we have here? Well, we definitely have a place to put our signature, that's for sure. And we can embroider it, actually. Yeah, let's do something fun, actually. Let me open a new file. Let's just open it like this, make it square. Because just for a silly little commission I had to do at some point, I got myself an action that essentially creates like embroidery. So let me try that. It's been a million years since I've used it, and we'll put that on the hat. We'll do this. Didn't even clip the right part. Rip to that clip. Okay, so let's see. Let's try that. It's doing something for sure. We just gotta let it work. It's a whole like action that creates edges and borders. Now fill pass, optional repeatable. Let's give that a look. Fractal crochet. Okay, so you can essentially repeat this little action here a few times until you fill the kind of create a thick edge. We're gonna make a thick one because it's gonna be in a hat, so it's gonna be fairly small. I think that should do. Now render all. I think that should. Let's see. It's been a million years since I've done that, so. It's a nice way of doing little logos. Oh, I think my camera is going a bit wonky. Don't worry about that. Yeah, that works. Create some texture. As you can see, it's a whole thing. It is a whole thing, but here we go. We got an embroidered version of the logo. In a very simple process. Of course, that was on a whole prepared action that I had to buy for real world money a long time ago. But hey, gotta give it some use, right? More than one commission. And we can put this here. We can change the colors. That's actually, yeah. Borders color and seams color. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's just the edges. Gotcha. Give it some contrast. And hit save. Imagine spending money and not saving the 100k to close Photoshop. It is a good action, yeah. It'll only come useful like 3 times in my entire life, so that's why it's not a bad option to use it here. Not like it does a lot. Like at this point, it's gonna be blurry and stuff, so who cares? But at least I got a bit more of my money's worth, you know. Gotta justify the spending. I mean, it was worth it for the commission I used it for, right? Like, I just used it to create some versions of a logo a long time ago. And I just wanted, like, some quick things, so... The person who commissioned me paid me more than this action costs, so it was worthy spending, I would say. If only just for that. Let's give it some soft light here. We will create some shadows. Also, I think after drinking inordinate amounts of water during the stream, my temperature is finally under control, which is nice. Good news, everyone. One of the main reasons is that I stream at night, so I try to not make a lot of noise, which is one of the reasons I speak very softly into the mic. It's not because people like it, it's because I need to not wake up people. But in any case, I got a stream with a door closed, so that raises the entire temperature of the room eventually. It happens, especially when it's hotter outside. Today. How's the heat wave going over in your guys' places? Because both Europe and America have been hit pretty bad. It seems like. But hey, good time to be in Africa. Okay, that looks good to me. We got a signature, in case you guys ask later. Hyperbrain move would be to spend 10 points for me to save and then make me close Photoshop without saving. You know, yeah, that would be a slightly less evil move for sure. Mostly okay now? I'm glad. The worst of it is over, at least. Okay, so we have signed it. That's another thing that's out of the way. Now, small fractal elements. to people in the crowd. Most things are pretty blurry, so I think we can get away with some, you know, wonkier additions. This person here, I think they should get some more fractal eyes, just like the person in the last edits. By the way, I haven't asked this in a while. Here, from the people in chat right now, does anyone not know what the Fractal series is? Anyone needs a refresher? Because I'm happy to give it to you. I know that sometimes I speak as if all my thing, like everyone knew what I was talking about all the time, but if anybody doesn't know what the Fractal series is, just give me a shout. Every time I've heard Ed outside of stream, he's insanely loud. He keeps screaming at us that he's a banshee. I do it, yeah. Every time I go into voice chat with you, it's just non-stop screaming both ways, and we all love it. Everyone's like, hey, here come Nathan and Ed. Here's the screaming match. And everyone laughs and claps. It's great. Oh, Sean very, very kindly gave you guys a link to the Fractal series if you guys want to read it by yourselves. Very, very simply put, the Fractal series is about a substance that's basically the concept of a fractal taking over the world, leading it slowly towards complete destruction. So it is an apocalyptic story about a fractal taking over, and it's not only about the fractal itself and what it causes, but what it does to people, what people do to each other after that. So we're at a point where a religion has formed around fractals, where people are voluntarily like fractalizing themselves with this chemical compound thing that's been taking over the world. And at this point, after that, like the last part was about the religion being formed, and this part is about people actually like going out into the street and fractalizing people. They're spreading this chemical compound into the air, as we can see here in the smoke, and it's going out into the atmosphere, then condensing into the clouds, and next time it rains this fractal compound everywhere. So they're essentially like forcefully fractalizing millions of people, which this would be the result. This is a puddle of water, and this is a person with fractal arms. I'm literally typing as loud as I can. Hope it comes through. I can hear it. I can hear some furious tapping all the way across the world. No, Nathan, we aren't in the... We can't do an Earth sandwich anymore. I just realized this. So Faya, Nathan is in New Zealand, and up until recently I was in the north of Spain, where if we both put a piece of sandwich on the ground, we're on the exact opposite part of the world. So it would make an Earth sandwich. Now we can't anymore though. That is so fucked up. That is so sad. Did Spain move? No, I moved to the Canary Islands. Sad. I am in an island now, so we're both island living. Sad day for humanity. Nathan and I can't make a Earth sandwich anymore. This is so fucked. So fucked, I tell you. You moved the entirety of Spain. Yeah, I moved all of it with me. I came to the Canary Islands and I just dragged the whole peninsula behind me. Everyone's pretty annoyed, but the weather is nicer. They can't deny that. Bro, put Spain back. Nope, never. Okay, back to adding little elements here. Let's see, we got some extra eyes on this person. We can do the same here to this one. Yeah, we're doing small details here. We don't want to like do the entire edits we did for the fractal eye again and again. We have like 3 pixels to work with. So since a lot of what we can see in some people here are the eyes, we're just doing a bunch of fractal eyes. Oh, let me make this. There we go. Not like it changes a lot, but we'll add some fingers to this person. Again, small fractal details, not a huge deal, but you know. Not bad to have some extra fingers. Like maybe just extra fingers is a bit of a oversimplification of what the fractal does to people, but they're background characters here. But fingers on their fingers, on their fingers, on their fingers. Yeah, that might also work, but we're kind of working at a very small scale here, which makes it harder. Let's see, the top of people's heads, we don't really have a lot to do with that. Especially if they're wearing hats or have long hair. Unless we fractalize hair, which is essentially what, you know, splitting the ends of your hair does. So not a huge difference there. Can add an extra arm to this person. Just clone stamping, nothing huge. So good at piano. I feel like a lot of fractal people would be very good at piano. So they would have competition for sure. Okay, I'm trying to see how I can copy these arms and then hopefully make them feel less copy-pasted. So they go inside the regular arms. Let's try and work on making them feel less copy-pasty, like changing where the fingers go, little things like that. Fractal skull split ends. Everyone becomes bald in this world. Or they just have terrible hair, you know? The most tragic part of this world is that everyone has just the worst hair. Gonna remove the jewelry. In the fractal world, even your arms have split ends. It's a hairdresser's worst nightmare. Hey Chiptune! Fractalized hairline would be cool if you have short hair. Maybe, yeah. I feel like it would kind of be frizzier. Okay, what else? Trying to think of other fractal details to add. Not everyone needs to be fractalized for sure, but it's kind of hard with like lower definition. Like we don't have a lot of detail to work with. I'm thinking like another arm coming out of here, but again it's arms. It's always arms, which annoys me. Like what else can we fractalize in people? Fractal eyebrows take over your face. Oh god. I thought this song was a slowed down Fountain of Dreams. It's the Smash Bros. Don't know which one. Fractal head. I feel like that's something to explore, but later. Like an entire second head growing would be pretty fucked up, but it would be major. It would be very fun. But I want to explore that later, I think. Hair will make people go Uzumaki. Yeah, and we don't really have like a lot to do with hair, especially in this like lower definition. We got a close up maybe then. Yeah, I feel like here we either have face features. We specifically chose a photo of people like from the back, so we wouldn't see face features. And we have arms, like limbs. Arms only here because we got no legs to work with. And yeah, basically that. Fractal the Photoshop layers, actual hell. No, it's hell enough as it is. You guys want to play the layer guessing game? It's been a minute. I should make a little like intro segment for this, like an intro tune for the layer segment, for the layer guessing game. Okay, so sometimes we play this. There's currently an undisclosed number of layers on this document. I will scroll through them kind of slowly, just to show you. This is a full like open document, so you've seen every layer. Now, put a guess of the number of layers in this document currently. Put a guess in the chat. You only get one guess per person, and if someone gets the exact number, you have to guess not at least something. You have to guess an exact number. If someone gets the exact number, they get a gift sub. So, choose well. And thank you for the save reminder. I'm gonna keep working on this as we go. So the number of layers, the exact number of layers will change, but we are going with the number currently on my screen right now. So get your guesses in. I won't give any clues. Well, I'll give the clues that it is not 1000 or more than that. Don't worry. I'll give you guys another scroll through. Again, 1 guess per person. Do masks count? No, they don't. I'm going with Photoshop's like official layer count, which they give you, but it's right under my webcam, so I can't show you. Or you can't see it, but I can. Point of the game, isn't it? You're just mad I guessed it right. No, it is not 1000. Very sorry. Do sub-layers count? If you mean clip layers like this, they do. And these kinds of editing, how do you call them? These kinds of layers, levels, hue, saturation, etc. Let me review the guesses. Let's see if anyone got clues yet. Nobody got it. Get your guesses in. I will reveal the results in a minute or two. And if nobody got the exact number, nobody gets a gifted sub. So, transformation layers, yeah. $34? Nope. Sora always waits till the last moment to see what other people have guessed. Strategy. The Sora strategy. You know? They've been here for a while, they know the strats. Sora went low. Is admirable, because I usually ask for the layers when they're pretty high. Whoa, we even got the bots. Why bots? Oh. We both banned the bots. You just forget. So it's not a strat. Sad. Okay, I will reveal the results. At the moment of asking, we had 73 layers on the screen. So nobody got it right. People slightly underguessed. But good attempts. Thank you guys for playing. Good luck next time in the layer guessing game. So, just a second arm for this person. Why not? It's a simple copy. And, okay, now let's start doing... I think there's not a lot more places to add stuff. So, let's start doing the... I keep calling them panels in my head. For some reason. But they're signs, not panels. %1 of the way to close without saving. Oh my god. You guys are going for it, are you? You monsters. Okay, so the small edits. This here's signature. Gonna group things up. Finally, panels. Make a comic. Never. Comic? How dare you? Okay, let me get... Wait, I thought I had downloaded this. That's annoying. Apparently I didn't download the image I wanted with a big round sign. This is the one we use. Got this one. A pretty simple one and should be easy to cut out. And we got this one, just a simple cardboard one. We'll use it as well. just font because you know Photoshop isn't optimal for it exactly. That's the reason I don't make comics. Not that I don't know how to draw. That would be slanderous to tell me that. I will leave the comics to you, Faya. You're the good one of comics here. You're the good comic artist. Fix up the selection. Oop. There we go, messed it up. Ooh, it's getting slightly late already. I guess, yeah, we started late today. Because this was a kind of an improvised little stream. But hey, we've been going for 3.5 hours now. A big chunk of that was just me talking about lore. But hey, you will learn to like that. A challenge where you gotta edit using the mouse. That's a good one. That's a good one, for sure. No tablet challenge. You know what? There's gonna be in a few days or weeks. There's gonna be a little stretch where we'll be streaming every day. So when that happens, I will open more of these silly, silly challenges for sub goals. Also, don't worry about this camera, my camera going wonky while I use this tool. It's normal, it's Photoshop being silly and interacting with OBS. I can't change it, unfortunately, as annoying as it is. It's a very good tool though, so I keep using it. But yeah, no tablet challenge is definitely a fun one. We'll keep it for those days. And just for a little bit of context, because I just briefly mentioned it at the end of a couple streams ago, I think. The idea I have is as a celebration for 100,000, which is amazing. And again, thank you guys very much. That's incredible. I never thought I would reach a number as high as that. Like, that's a mind-boggling amount. But as a little way to thank you and to turn it into a little event, I was thinking of doing a kind of a little streaming marathon of 10 days where I do 10 different edits based on prompts that are based on some of my most popular art, which I will also share publicly before I start. So anyone who wants to join me can participate in the prompts. So for example, the prompts are going to be like the kind of stuff I like and based on my series, but in a more generic, like the prompts are going to be like a more general version of it, so people can interpret it in many different ways. So for example, we have one for insectoid, or I might do either insectoid or historical, and that's to represent Megalomorpha. And that day on stream, we'll be working on Megalomorpha. Then we got Fairy Tale, which is for the Lycanthrope series. We got Apocalyptic for the Fractal series. These are some of the prompts I thought about. Not in order, not like final lists. I will publish that when I got it already. Then we got Medical or Infection. We got From the Depths, like weird things that wash ashore. We got Beyond the Stars, which could be like an alien or a living planet. We got Cryptid. We got folklore, so stuff I like to do a lot. We got religious. I'm wondering if I should do religious or biblical to represent angels, because I love to do angels. You guys know. And we got possibly failed experiment as well, because I love to do things with like failed experiments. So all of these like represent one of either my series or the kind of topics I like to do, or one of my edits more specifically. So yeah, that, I don't know if that sounds interesting to any of you. If you guys are artists or writers, it's not necessarily to do stuff about my series at all, just like to do stuff based on those prompts and those more general prompts. So I'll put the prompt list publicly so people can maybe, if they want to participate, just throw their stuff in there. Baby arms. Gotta go to bed. Okay, Kales, you have a good night. Thanks for coming. And yeah, absolutely. The fun part will be like opening them up to, you know, give them a try. And I will try within some of these, maybe collaborating with some other artists that I like. Actually, Nathan, hey! I'm kidding. I'm not gonna pressure you. But if you would like to collab, talk to me. DM me. I've been doing a lot of fun collabs with artists lately. I want to do more. I want to collab with all my friends eventually. And Nathan too. Nathan is Faya for those that don't know. Faya is a fantastic artist. You should all go follow him. And let me see. I got paper. Cardboard. I have some of these cardboard shapes. I might use one of them, but they're kind of Let's open them up, maybe use one of them. To just kind of fill the space up. Don't have any time until October. That's fair enough. Okay, I think that works. And we can actually use some of the letters here originally to write our message, but we'll see. We'll see what letters we need, etc. Otherwise, we can just paint them, I think. The one annoying thing is that being cardboard, we need to there's this kind of like wiggly shape around the cardboard whenever you draw the letters. So I might have to do something like that if I draw them myself. Or it might look good without them. We'll see. Fractalize the population. Perhaps. Maybe a bit on the nose, maybe, because you know what they're about to do. So I don't know exactly what the signs should say. Okay, guys, give me your best fractal slogans, and maybe we'll include them on there. What do you think would be the slogans that some weird faction that wants to fractalize everybody in the world? What do you think they would do? Or they would say, sorry. Cover the infinite. I'm thinking more in the terms of like asking for political action to fractalize the population or something like that, like mandatory fractals, fractalization. Nah, I don't know. I don't want to draw a parallel to like anti-vax freaks like going, oh, mandatory vaccinations, that kind of stuff. Your dog called the zoomies? That's a weird thing to say for a fractal person on a sign. Fractals can't harm you. No. Would be the first letter of what they were writing, but the filigree takes up the entire sign. Like, this goes like this, but then it just keeps going and going. Something like embrace the infinite or something like this. I don't like this. I need a more textured brush, I think. Thank you so much, Corey. Freedom of fractal. Freedom of religion equals freedom of form. I like that one a lot. Fractal heals. I like that. Let me note some of these down, like in a text layer. Let me note some of my contenders. Okay. Freedom of fractal. No, freedom of religion, sorry. I like that. Embrace. Or let yourselves be embraced by the fractal. Theorem equals truth. The fractal heals, for sure, for sure. Fractal heals. Open your mind. Just like in general, open your mind. Fractals will save us. Something like nature is fractal or something like this. Nature is fractal, return to nature or something like this. Let infinity into your body. That one's creepy, I like that. Baptism for everybody, something like that. I like that. I like the implications, right? Because it's what they want to do. They want to force, like spread the fractal around. So I like all of these. Thank you for the follow, Corey. Okay, you know what we'll do? Let me put this here and put a little thing on the side here that says BRB. Okay, I'm gonna go real quick just to take a little bathroom break and go fill up my water because I finished 2 bottles. It's extremely warm in here. So yeah, I need some more cold water just to withstand the rest of the stream. Not like die. Get a heat stroke in here. No, I'm fine. It's not that bad, but I will leave you guys to look at this very intently. And thank you for the save reminder. Really appreciate it. I will be right back, guys. Like about 3 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere. And I'm back. Oop, nope. Get that out of here. There we go. Okay, what did I miss? Bathroom break and filling water at the same time? Come on, come on. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? I wonder. Also, sorry, I went a bit over long, maybe. I don't know exactly how many minutes that was. Okay, yes, so where were we? Yes, doing a sign. So we have this one, and here we can put a pretty long one here. Originally, the one was quite long. I think we can put freedom of religion, freedom of form here. So let's find just a normal layer. What did you break into Val's house? To start doing Photoshop like him. Of course. Duh. Okay. Ooh, this one's too grainy. This one's perfect. Freedom. Ooh, that might be a little bit tight. Okay. Yeah, got it right. Much closer together. And I don't mind writing a little bit messy. We can assume that the person who wrote this might have had too many fingers. And you consider my idea. Liberation fractalization. I kind of don't want to use the word fractalization in the series. Like, that's just one I use as shorthand on the streams. We'd never know if a clone replaced Val. Yeah, how do you know it's me? Because I still can't do a straight line, so that may give you a clue. Change the music here. There we go. Maybe the off is smaller. I like this one a lot, the freedom of religion one, because it still ties it to that initial movement, that initial religion that we saw in the last part. Because otherwise you might think it's just a, you know, a regular protest, but no, they're going for like whole social movement, religious based. Okay, that fits. Nice. Whew. Every moment of every day you're destroyed and remade in the next blank time. That is me. That happens to me every day. It's pretty annoying, but you got used to it. Can't write well on a tablet for sure. me actually move that one to the left so the offs are lined up. A little bit. Don't need to be perfect. I shed every night, yeah. I shed my exoskeleton all the time. It's pretty messy, you don't want to see that. What is that? Oh, I'm on a normal brush. There we go. I was wondering if I could imitate the style of the original a little bit better. First by not doing pure black, gotcha. And then by adding some lines. Nice, okay. I'm gonna do this better. Got an idea. So let me apply the layer mask. Then I'm gonna go actions here. I'm gonna go to... Oh, did I? Oh no, I lost that action. God damn it, it was such a useful one. See, I lost a bunch of actions because they didn't get saved in the update, and a lot of the actions I had made were lost in the shuffle. It's a severed hand for now. It'll come out of the crowd later. No worries. So, okay, I'll just do this setup from zero, from scratch. I'll have to redo that at some point. So I just make a solid layer. This is gonna go there in white. Solid layer is gonna do this. It'll make sense in a second, by the way. Don't worry. This is gonna have color overlay. Gonna overlay to black. And what we do here is give this thing a stroke. Make that shape burst center. Yeah, that's the red stroke. And then we do pattern. Do I have my pattern save? Yes, at least I have those. Good. Much nicer. What does this do? This. Ooh, sorry if that was trippy for a second. Yeah, perfect. See, it was all for something. All of this was just to make the letters wobbly. If that wasn't clear. That was literally the whole point of this whole silly setup that I did. So I make this less pure black, more of a gray. Slightly darker. There we go. Then I give this run through. That doesn't work. There we go. Anyway, all this to do the letters slightly more accurate to the cardboard they're on. I will save this setup though, so I have to, if I have to do another sign on cardboard, we'll just do it in one click. Anyway, this is all grouped now, and we can put it I'm thinking like around here in the back, or even like further back. I'm trying to see, like, compare the sizes of hands compared to, oh, there we go. Compared to the ones around them in the crowd. I don't mind a little bit of the sign being cut off. Also, it will become blurrier, but that's fine. I'm actually going to do a copy of this group 5. I'm going to turn it into a smart object. It's going to get blurry. Does that ruin the whole setup we did? No, it doesn't, because we can still see the wobbliness. So, it was not for nothing. And it's not coming out of this guy's head, as much as that would be funny. Maybe we cut this off right here. Does that make sense? No, it's cut off in a weird way, right? It has to either be all the way in the back. No. Doesn't make sense there. Okay. Good to know. Maybe over here then. A little bit more blur. Because further back. See, a ton of Photoshop is essentially just trial and error. There's no other way around it. Just try a bunch of things. And it'll fail the first 10 ones or so. And that's fine. I got a little bit of the end cut off here, but that's fine. And now we change the lighting a little bit, I think. Okay, nice. We got that one done. Fractal heals, open your mind. Fractal will save us. I think baptism for everybody. Like, we don't want to fill this with signs. As fun as that would be, we could be here doing signs all day. But we don't want to fill this with signs, because that might be too much. So let me remove this one. Just painting some white, that'll be easy. Or not white, off-white actually. There we go. So as much as we could do this a million times, we kind of just want to get the point across in as few messages as possible. We don't want people like trying to read 10 different messages. So I think freedom of religion, freedom of form, kind of like they're out there. They are trying to protest for their own rights, but some people are like advocating for baptism, quote unquote, for everybody. Change. There we go. Some new music. So yeah, I like baptism for everybody. I think it gets the point across. And over here, near the center, we can have the logo or the symbol of this group. So let's do that. Let's do here baptism for everybody. We'll do it in a different type of pen, so it feels slightly different. kind of a more scratchy pencil type. A bit more rounded letters. Kind of done in multiple strokes. Baptism. There we go, that works. You can change the colors later as well. Do you think in the fractal world the baptism would be called fractism? Fraptism? Fractism? I don't know. Settle this debate for me, please. Fractism. You think? I sincerely hope neither. Okay, let's change the colors maybe. Like, maybe let's do 3 colors. To fill layer. Some red. Ooh, no, here. There we go. Here we can do some deep blue. Ooh, where is it? Here. Oh, we should do, instead of red and blue, we should do kind of the colors of the fractals. So when it's pink, like pink and blue, and orange, those shimmery colors everyone loves, especially the fractal people. Freeple, sorry. Especially the freeple. Baptism for everyone with fractal colors. Nice. Now we group that up. Give it some levels. We give it some soft light. You know what we should do, or what we could do. Let me know what you think. Should we include a little, like maybe in the smallest of the signs, a little reference to a little in-joke of the fractal juice? Maybe someone saying, I drank the fractal juice and I'm fine. Or something like that. Or just, I drank the fractal juice. Or drink the fractal juice. What should we do? Tell me, please. Envy, thank you for the follow. Okay, this one should be over here. I mean, it's kind of disembodied since we're supposed to see the head in the middle, but maybe they are fractal arms. We'll put it here because it's important. I think it's possibly the most important message in this, in all the signs. Since we need to get a point across that the whole platform is everybody should get the fractal juice. That's their thing entirely. Let's see. Oh, here. Colors are definitely off. Let's do Control M. Go to the blues. Turn them up. Yeah. That's the vibe. Maybe even the reds down. Yep, perfect. Reds down, blues up. Easy. And back to check the fractal juice smiley face. I tracked the fractal juice and all I got was this lousy 5-sleeved shirt. That's very good. It's quite pretty for a world-ending substance that causes living things to horribly mutate. Yeah, that's what I try to go for, honestly. I try to go for pretty and horrible at the same time. So thank you very much. That's exactly what I'm going for. And I think it's rare to, and actually kind of interesting, to use something beautiful in horror. I think that's like, I don't know, it should be done more. Still something that bugs me. Yeah, let's do something. Cardboard. I think I had that cardboard texture here. Perfect. Oh no, what did I do? Delete layer mask. There we go. So including that cardboard texture, giving it the same levels and Gaussian blur, etc. Ooh, that's very blue. Okay, we'll reduce that. And we just apply it if the underlying layer is white. So we're essentially just adding a little bit of texture to this. Not that much texture. And go to these curves, reduce the opacity. Can fractals move around in juice form? I mean, fractals, they move around constantly, for sure. They don't really have like a sentience at all, though, if that's what you're thinking. Fractals are just dumb little guys. Trying to do color here. Doesn't really do a lot. Interesting. I love how you're doing this. Thank you. Don't know why I'm using my mouse. I don't know. I'm weird sometimes, I guess. If they can slither themselves and your 30 viewers to drink them. I feel like that's... If it's down your throat already, it's going down through gravity. You don't need any help. Not unless I give them sentience. Hey, don't go around giving sentience to things. That's irresponsible. They could turn on you. Fractal fingerprints, that would be fun. Or jump up from a container. No, that's too much for the fractal. The fractal just kind of swirls around, if that makes sense. Like the smoke here. It doesn't really have any intention to get into people at all. It just happens. We just happen to be in its way. We just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. A bit saturated. Well, let's desaturate it and see if it works. No, I think it's fine. Finance a fractalized population challenge. Impossible. Ah, got plenty of water. That's nice. Ooh, how is it so late? Oh damn. Okay, I'll keep going for a little while. Maybe do one more of these and then call it a day or a night, because it's getting quite late. You know what I'll do? I'll use this sign. Sorry, I didn't mean to put fractal just in the water supply. I'm a Sagittarius. No, I know nothing about astrology, but that's I guess that's accurate. I bet that's accurate for sure. Okay, so let's do the symbol. The symbol, if I can do a damn circle for sure. Just... Oof, that's blinding me. Let's just do a damn circle, please. I gotta try like 10 times until I get it. Or 20. 45, I don't know. It doesn't need to be perfect, of course. I kind of like that it has a little overhang like this. That's fine. Your eyes. You deserve it. Well, you work in black and white. I'm sure you see plenty of blinding screens every day, so don't blame me. Okay, so let's do the kind of the Vitruvian Man, a simplified version, right? We're not going to do the full Da Vinci thing, but let me just copy paste the Vitruvian Man. Okay, there it is. That's what we want to do. There's a square and there's a circle. Gotcha. So the square kind of goes this, then down. Don't know if I should do the square as part of the symbol. it's supposed to be hand drawn, right? So a little bit wonky. Set the background color to gray until there's ink on the screen. That makes sense. That is fair. Actually, I think my circle is not very much of a circle. That's fine. We'll manage. Yeah. Will do. And the idea here is that it's hand-drawn by someone on the street that doesn't know how to draw. Not that I don't know how to draw. I'm super good at drawing, and I draw all the time because I'm great at it. So if you want to say something about the drawing, that's just for realism, because we got to put it in character for the person who doesn't know how to draw on the street. So if it looks like a stick figure to you, it is because that person doesn't know how to draw anything but stick figures. Don't look at me. A stick figure Vitruvian man for sure. I mean, it's supposed to be the symbol of their organization, so you might see it in a more graphical ways later, like in a more professional way. But at this point, it is just a stick figure. Because why not? It's supposed to be like drawn on a board. Doesn't know how to draw, has 3.5 arms and 30 fingers. Exactly. Too many fingers to draw. I mean, to be honest, as a symbol, we could kind of leave it like this. Do we fractalize it further? Like, do we add like further branches? Where it keeps going in an asymmetrical manner, kind of like a tree. Doing this in a new layer, by the way, just to check. What does fingers do? Not draw very well, for sure. It has to be easy to draw for the kids, exactly like flags. Fractal? Yeah, I can see people like the fractal, so let's go with it. And let's do the same for legs. Although, how do legs fractalize? Do they also do in... Well, I guess, yeah, I guess they do it in a tree. Oh, I'm doing that on the wrong layer. That's fine. Tiny little leg. Why not? So it kind of feels like a tree. It's like tree people. Legs for days, never skip a leg day. So to me this reads like a tree and roots, which is very fun too, because their whole thing is that, you know, like they're fractals or nature, and they're supposed to be coming back to nature, the fractals, and they're not wrong. Nature is very fractal, and anything humanity makes is very much not fractal. And what if the head has a head? No, that's too much, right? And that's not too readable either. Maybe this little dot on top of the head? I kinda preferred without the square though. What do you think? Square or no square? Help me choose. I feel like more than an extra head is like a third eye or sort of sorts. Looks odd. Okay. If we... There we go. No. Higher up. And add the square, otherwise it looks like a tree. But that's kind of the point, right? Turning into trees in a way, like it's going back to nature, that sort of thing. I feel like at a small size, the square might make it look a bit too complex. That's my worry. Make it thicker. Match the rest of the line thickness. Well, the square lines, maybe they can be a different color, and that might help alleviate. Something like we did for this sign. It's like some shimmery fractal color, perhaps. And we can do the same for the circle, perhaps. Just like try to add or remove importance from different parts with this. So the blues and the pinks, which are the most common colors in the series. More complexity in fractalizing. Yeah, I like this. It adds a little bit of... I think it makes the human more readable. Point or no points? Let's leave it without. Let's stay a bit more... Oh, why did I... Oh. Good. Anyway. A bit closer to the original Vitruvian Man. Without the point. Now... Gotta turn this into its own layer. Again. There we go. Finally. So we put this around the edges, and there, and there. Make it slightly smaller. Make it, there we go, a bit blurrier. And maybe we have space for a little message here. What do you think? Should we we could cut the sign to be square too, but and maybe we can add like either the name of the organization, because that will link the name and the logo for people, or a little message like we were meant to be like this, or what we were meant to be. I'm kind of leaning towards the name of the organization, because that'll help with the world building. Easy to draw for the kids, exactly. For the Fractal kids will have no trouble. Okay, so yeah, I have to figure out the name, but I'll do that later. So let's do some color grading, as we usually do. I'm gonna do some, I think, purple-blue shadows, some orange midtones, just a touch, and some blue highlights. I think that's what I did for the others. It doesn't look very good here, though. Let me hit OK just a second. See what I did for the puddle. Because it does look good for the puddle. Let's see. Orange midtones, purple shadows, blue highlights. That's what I did. Guess I need to find another point. The Ascended. Might be a bit on the nose. Let's see. I do like the purple in the shadows. I feel like blues in the midtones here work better. Maybe the touch of orange goes in the highlights. Really like the puddle one? Thank you. The puddle one feels like it could be one of yours. Like you get a cool look at a monster through a lens. I don't know. Feels like something you've done, or something that would be your style. So yes, I'm copying you. Deal with it. If you don't want to collab with me, the least I can do is copy you. Don't know how bright to make it. I feel like I would need to add some of the shimmery colors again after this. Like I've lost some of them in the color grading. We definitely have a more coherent vibe, which is good. I'm still not a huge fan of the orange. So I could make them into pinks. Be something that goes from deep blue to purple to pink. Let's see. It's a bit monochrome as far as the palette goes. I'm still in the idea one day. Reveals the imperfect sequence for scrolling comics. Oh, it reveals a perfect... Oh, yeah. That's true. You gotta think about your composition in terms of scrolling. Never considered that. That must be fucked up. Gotta make the sign less bright. It's way too much right now. It's like overpowering the composition. And the fact that this guy has too many arms, way too many. No one should have that amount of arms. Oh yeah, but it's definitely better than this. We now have a more coherent vibe with the puddle and the city. Let's see, let me bring back, just as a quick last little check, bring back the shimmery colors all the way on top. Then in color, a little bit. So I guess the crux of this one is we have a person with multiple arms. It's only slightly visible through the smoke. There's other people with multiple arms, but this person is in the middle of the composition. It's obviously the protagonist of this. I'm gonna make it slightly more visible through these edit layers. Make the smoke slightly darker, which should give it some more vibrance. Try and make this slightly darker, but it's not going to really work like above all the edit layers. Okay. And it's nice. We have a very sneaky signature. The embroidered look is very sneaky. I like it. Yes, that's Kurt's. You're the first person that noticed that. That's a Kurt's Gesagt music. I don't know how to pronounce that. That channel has really good editing, like really good video making that I really admire. Strange idea sometimes though. I don't know. It feels weird sometimes. They're like, you don't know what their agenda is, but yeah, still good videos most of the time. It's cool that they make like tracks for each of their YouTube videos. It's something I haven't really seen others do, and they work well for Twitch as well, because they don't put it in the Twitch copyright system, so they're nice to use. Is there a link to the playlist? There very much is. I think it's just playlist there. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, I feel like the arm's a little bit more visible now. Which is good, it's what we want. The arms cutting through the fractal smoke they're immersed in. Anyway, I think we will leave that at that tonight. It is hyper late, so I need to go get going. And we're done, at least for now. I gotta like write things, put it together, edit some stuff, but in general, we're done with this part of the Fractal series, so that's exciting. It's been a while since we had some fractals. Not that long, actually. But we got three images. They'll go well together, I hope. And we got to show kind of a more organic looking, like movement that crops up, and what it eventually devolves into people doing fractal terrorism. So we'll leave it at that, y'all. It's very late. Thank you guys for coming for this little extra stream. I'm sorry I couldn't stream yesterday. You know, sleep disorder problems. But we will be back on Monday, same hour as usual. We will be doing some SCP commissions, so stay tuned for that. And y'all, take care of yourselves. Have a good time zone.